All right, here we go. Good evening, and welcome to the Isleta Independent School Board of Trustees meeting in accordance with Isleta ISD Policy BED. This meeting is open to the public, and we invite citizens to offer comments during the designated citizens input portion of the agenda. Please note that the board will listen to all input, but is legally restricted from discussion, deliberation on matters presented during this time. This meeting of the Board of Trustees is called to order at 6:03. We have a quorum with Trustee Hernandez, with Trustee Haggerty, with Trustee Woodruff, with Trustee Ochoa, with Trustee Rivera, with Trustee Dwyer, and myself. Trustee Hernandez, please introduce the JROTC for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has become a tradition to honor our nation at each of our board meetings by presenting the colors, reciting the pledges of allegiance, and then posting the colors. The colors tonight are being presented by the Junior ROTC Color Guard from the Pride of the Lower Valley, Isleta High School. The Color Guard commander is Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Maria Isais. The other Color Guard members are Captain Mia Hamilton, Second Lieutenant Alexander Nava, Command Sergeant Major Jasmine Lozano, and the pledge leader is Captain Dante Huevano. Will you please stand for the presentation of the colors, the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance, the Texas Pledge of Allegiance, and a moment of silence. Please remain standing until the cadets have departed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now, please join me in the pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Order. Forward. Face. Forward. March. Left. March 9. March. Color. Hold. In there. Face. Pose. Color. Breathe in. Arm. Order. Arm. Outward. Face. Reform. Color guard. Hold. Right. Face. Right. Face. Forward. March. Left. Right.
Trustee Woodruff, do we have citizens input this evening?
Yes, Mr. President. First, we have Rosie Pettis on policy item DBGA.
Good evening. My name is Rosie Perez, and I proudly represent the members of West Texas Alliance. I'm here tonight to speak about the proposed amendment to Policy DGBA Local. I want to begin by acknowledging that this proposal is a step in the right direction, and we appreciate YTA for bringing the important issue of employment representation forward. As currently written, the proposed amendment allows representation when an employee reasonably believes a meeting may result in serious disciplinary action, including unpaid suspension or termination. But it specifically excludes routine supervisory discussions, coaching conversations, performance feedback, counseling sessions, evaluations, corrective guidance, and other workplace communications. And that is where we have a serious concern, because many disciplinary situations do not begin with the words, "This meeting may result in termination." They begin with a coaching conversation. They begin with counseling. They begin with an evaluation concern. They begin with corrective guidance. They begin with an employee being called into an office and asked questions without fully understanding where that conversation may lead. These meetings matter because that is often where the record begins. Statements are made, documentation is created, directives are issued. Allegations may be discussed, and decisions made during those early conversations can later become the foundation for more serious disciplinary action. During our committee discussions, I specifically asked whether employees would still be permitted to request representation in situations that fall outside unpaid suspension or termination, as we have already been exercising. We were assured that these reasonable requests would continue to be allowed. If that is the district's intent and current practice, then I respectfully ask why specifically exclude those situations from the written policy. If employees can request representation today and the district intends to continue allowing it tomorrow, the policy should reflect that practice rather than create language that could later be interpreted to prohibit it. Policies should provide clarity and consistency. Employees and administrators should not have to rely on verbal assurances or individual discretion to determine when representation is permitted. Representation should not only become available when an employee is already facing the possibility of losing pay or losing their job. Representation is most valuable before it escalates and can keep a difficult conversation professional and productive. That protects the employee, but it also protects the district. We are not asking that every routine conversation require representation. The proposed policy already establishes boundaries. The safeguards for administration are already there. Now we are asking you to preserve the safeguard for employees. If the district is already allowing these reasonable requests and has assured us that it intends to continue allowing them, then put that protection clearly in the policy. Don't create a policy that is more restrictive than the practice the district itself says it supports. That is good due process, that is good employer relations, and that is good policy. Thank you.
Next, we have Jolene Chacon, policy item DBGA.
Good afternoon. My name is Jolene Espinosa, and I am a member of West Texas Teachers Alliance. I'm also here to talk about that policy. So first, I want to recognize something important in the policy. The district is acknowledging that employee representation has value, and we really appreciate that. Representation promotes integrity. I love that word, integrity. It's loaded and it's beautiful. Integrity promotes communication, transparency, and confidence in the process, and confidence in our leaders. I know we share the same goal, a district that's set apart, and I believe that we are. A district where administrators lead effectively, employees are treated fairly, and concerns are resolved before they become larger issues. That's why I'm asking our board to look very carefully at the exceptions in the policy draft. Please scrutinize this language. Pull out those fourth grade critical reading skills that we ask all of our students to master. The draft states that nothing shall delay the district from conducting a meeting or initiating an investigation when there's an urgent operational need or situation that may jeopardize health, safety, and security. I agree. A genuine emergency cannot wait. Protect that student, secure that campus, remove an employee if necessary. Representation should never prevent immediate protective action. But once everyone is safe, why should representation prevent the process from continuing fairly? And what happens when there was never an emergency at all? The policy excludes supervisory discussions, coaching, counseling, evaluations, corrective guidance from its representative protections. These are the very conversations where the paper trail starts to begin. A meeting that can be called just coaching can become an accusation, a directive, a warning, something documented that becomes significant months later. This is where representation has tremendous value. This is where integrity becomes accountability. A representative does not just protect the employee, they also protect the district. There's another person in the room who hears what's going on. They hear the answer, the questions, the directives, and if that conversation is remembered differently, there's accountability. I'm not asking you to choose between administrative authority and employee representation. You have the opportunity to protect both. Clear expectations protect administrators, meaningful representation protects employees, and a fair process protects this district. And I do love this district. Let's be the district that defines a standard. Let's not follow it. Thank you.
Next, we have Jaime Abetia.
Good evening, President Bustillos, members of the board, and my sisters and brothers in organized labor. I grew up in a union household, and I'm a second-generation union organizer. My father was a union organizer with the United Farm Workers, and my mother was a farm worker. So I learned early that when working people stand together, things that seem impossible can change. I want to tell you why DGBA is so important by telling you a story. During the pandemic, I represented a healthcare worker whose son had severe spina bifida. He had a tracheostomy that needed to be changed every 10 to 14 days to prevent infection, so he had to breathe through that plastic piece. Medical supplies were incredibly difficult to obtain during the pandemic. His son trach was a non-standard size and was 3 months overdue. Desperate to keep his son breathing, my member asked a coworker in supply to keep an eye out for one. Eventually, the employee found it and, thinking he was helping, took the part directly to my member's workstation. His supervisor saw it and accused him of stealing hospital property. Think about that. A healthcare worker, a father, during a pandemic trying to get a medical device for his severely disabled child, was suddenly facing the possibility of losing his job. And he most certainly couldn't afford to lose it because his wife was also struggling with stage 4 breast cancer. Thankfully, he had a union. He called his union representative. I investigated what happened, advocated for him, and ultimately was able to save his job. That is what union representation means. It means that when something goes wrong, a working person doesn't have to face the system alone. Texas law does not give public employees the same statutory representation rights many people assume workers have. Tonight, YISD has the opportunity to do something different. We don't have to wait for Austin. We don't have to wait for the legislature. We can say that every YISD employee deserves a fair process. Union power is organizing, sitting at the table and negotiating in good faith, and protecting working people. That is exactly what happened here. We had disagreements about timelines. We had concerns about preserving representation rights, and we compromised. We found language that addressed the administration's concerns while protecting employees' rights. I'd like to thank Trustees Haggerty and Rivera for sponsoring the item, and President Bustillos and Trustee Dwyer for participating in this stakeholder meeting. Mark the date and time. A union rep is also about to do something else. I'd like to thank HR, Bobby Russell Garcia, and her team for facilitating and tolerating me. I know I can be a little tough, but professionalism on both sides won the day. This is a chance to make history. Labor and management came together and built something better. My parents taught me that injustice doesn't have to be permanent when working people organize. Tonight, this board has a chance to prove that lesson is still true. Pass this item and give YSD employees a voice. Thank you.
And now we have Jeffrey Senior, policy item DBGA.
Good evening, President Bustillos, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. De La Torre. My name is Jeff Senor, and I have the honor of serving as President of the Isleta Teachers Association. I'll be brief because this item in front of you tonight speaks for itself. But I do not want this moment to pass without saying, on behalf of every educator and support staff member we represent, thank you. A few months ago, we sat down at a table together, not as adversaries, but as partners with a shared responsibility to the people who show up in our classrooms and on our campuses every single day. What followed was not always easy, but it involved a few board meetings, a couple stakeholder sessions, and a true commitment from everyone involved to do the work that the committee was tasked to do. Everyone involved came ready to listen and speak to their thoughts and ideas. I want to be honest with you tonight because this is what this relationship has been built on. This was not a rubber stamp. There was real disagreement, most notably over timelines. Administration had legitimate concerns about how quickly notice and process requirements could realistically move within the demands of running a school district. We had an equally legitimate responsibility to make sure that any employee facing an investigatory or disciplinary proceeding would have real, meaningful access to representation. Not representation on paper, but representation in practice. We did not get there by one side winning. We got there by finding language that addressed administration's operational concerns while preserving the integrity of that right. This is what a compromise looks like when it is done right. And that is why what is in front of you tonight is not a win for one side, but a win for the district as a whole. Trustees Haggerty and Rivera, thank you for authoring this item and for sponsoring it through this process. Your willingness to put your names on this and see it through made a real difference. President Bustillos and Trustee Dwyer, thank you for your direct participation in the stakeholder committee. Your participation shows your true commitment to this community and to this district. And believe me, our members took notice. To the full board, thank you for your patience, your good faith, and your willingness to engage seriously with the people who do this work. And to Bobby and Brenda, thank you for your hard work, professionalism, and organizing and facilitating this process. Lastly, I want to thank those involved in the stakeholder committee. So as I conclude, what you have in front of you tonight is, to our knowledge, the first item of its kind in the state of Texas. Representation rights secured for educators and staff without a collective bargaining agreement. That is historic. Not because of who wrote it, but because of what it says about this district. That even without a contract mandating it, this board chose to do right by its people. On behalf of the Isleta Teachers Association and every member we represent, I respectfully and enthusiastically urge you to pass this item. Thank you and good evening.
That's everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Woodruff. Dr. Del Torre, do we have any presentations this evening?
We do, President Bustillos, members of the board. Let's begin with Ms. Amy Sanchez, our internal auditor, and her quarterly internal audit report.
Good evening, members of the board. Dr. De La Torre. Tonight I present my internal audit quarterly update. My last presentation was in May. Since May, we have completed 6 more campus audits from our 2026 audit plan. We've done 1 department audit, well, non-campus audit. We currently have 12 campus audits in progress, and 2 department audits are in progress. This past quarter, we did not complete follow-up reviews, but we plan to next quarter. As you know, we have a fraud, abuse, and waste hotline. Since May, we received 3 calls. 1 we're currently reviewing. 2 were reviewed and forwarded to campuses to address, and they were not fraud-related. Here's an update of our remaining hours for the year. We're about halfway through. And finally, the status of our current projects. The carryovers from 2025 have been substantially completed. We have completed 6 additional campus audits as noted, and for the remainder of the year, we will begin the non-campus audits. Any questions this evening?
I guess no questions. You got anybody? No? All right, Ms. Sanchez, thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to welcome Ms. Natalie Haskett and Ms. Ashley Gaspard. I think they will be presenting on our employee health benefits. Yeah, what I was wondering was whether or not my friend Jake was out there. Come on up, Jake. Welcome, both of you.
Good evening, Dr. De La Torre, President Bustillos, trustees. It's a pleasure to be back this evening to give you a quick update of where we stand. I know I was here a few months ago, so we have a little bit more data, and I'd really like to just focus on how we are performing through 2026 in comparison to 2025, and really highlight that the wonderful work that we put in, you all put in 2025 is starting to work. The plan is starting to see some, we're stabilizing and still combating some trends that we'll go over as well. So quickly, I wanted to touch base on, again, kind of the current state of healthcare and some of the things that we're still combating as a district, as a state, as a nation when it comes to healthcare, things that we will be working strategically with leadership to make sure that we have an action plan, where we can come into play with different communications. Remember, the cost of healthcare is increasing just like everywhere, right? Fuel, eggs, milk. So we're seeing an inflation there. I think I talked a little bit last time about providers renegotiating their contracts. We also are seeing some increases in the pharmacy space where these costly GLP-1s and other medications are now being approved for other indicators. So again, more potential costs to our self-funded health plan. We spent quite a bit of time last time discussing some of the freestanding ER utilization and what they're doing and taking advantage of some of the federal legislation. And the team here has done a fantastic job communicating both with the employees and some of these local freestanding emergency rooms, making sure that they are being good stewards and actually collecting the copay that is warranted based on the benefit plan we have set up, and also making sure employees are well-versed in where they can go for health care. We have free telehealth visits, we have urgent care, make sure that you're going to the proper location, and very robust communication plan was achieved not too long ago. We're, looking at gene therapy drugs, again, coming with $1 million, $2 million price tags, but again, they're curable for things that have never been cured before. So we're, sustaining life, so good, but again, some trends that we need to be on the lookout. And lastly, just always being innovative and creative of where we could potentially redirect level of cares. Do we need to start thinking about, partnering with local health clinics, hospitals? Where can we, direct utilization that we know will be cost advantageous to both employees and the district? So just again, a reminder of some things that we continue to monitor, because once we set the budget and clarify what the health plan year is going to look like, we don't stop working. We want to continue to be strategic and bring initiatives in order to try to keep the plan solvent. A look at a couple of summaries of objectives, some activities that we did. Again, in 2026, remember we had a pretty robust plan and contribution redesign. There was a very well-oiled machine in pushing out open enrollment communications, making sure it was campus to campus delivered, video messages, face-to-face presentations, really making sure the employees understood how to utilize their benefits, what the keys are, the differences in the plans, and I think it really worked, and we saw some of that shift when we looked at after open enrollment closed. We saw some of that really great migration that we were hoping to achieve. As I mentioned earlier, there has been a very nice campaign rolled out, both video messaging, emails around freestanding ERs, the impact it's having to the plan, and again, where should we really be going based on our level of need and care. Some things that we're going to continue to do in 2027 and some actions that you have taken. The decision was made to hold employee rates for 2027, so no increase to their contributions. We did have approved plan design changes, some removal of the HSA contributions, and as I mentioned, we're going to continue on the path of a communication campaign, whether it's a topic a month, something that's very important as we don't use open enrollment as a one-time event. You always want to make sure that your employees understand the value of their health care benefits. And then, of course, continuing to explore any type of care redirection. Where can we, be strategic in our plans going forward into 2028? So I thought this was a nice slide, and I wanted to kind of call out the year-over-year rates and kind of where we're standing. And I believe on the next slide, I have it broken out in detail by month. But if we're looking at a time period, the health plan period, from 1/1/25 through 6/30 of 25 versus that same period here in 2026, obviously we know we did have a decline in our enrollment from 25 to 26. So when we're looking at things on a per employee per month basis, that PEPM, they can look a little higher, but remember we have less head count. But as a whole, our medical claims did decrease about 4%, not huge, while pharmacy claims really decreased by 25.6%. And that was in direct correlation to removing some of those GLP-1s and renegotiating some of those contracts. For weight loss. And then you can see those same figures from a per employee per month basis. I've touched on the pharmacy rebates. They did have an increase year over year, and so we're seeing the fruits of those additional dollars being fed back into the health plan, which is helping offset some of the cost of the claims themselves. And the total net claims decreased by 15.2%. And 8.9% on a per employee per month basis. I do know that we did make some decisions moving into 2026 of increasing employee contributions. So you will see that went from about $203 per employee per month to $246, so about 7.2%. And what that really means for the district, if we kind of dig in month over month, you can see where on the pharmacy claim total, column total, every month is a steady decrease from 2025, which is fantastic. There were a few months, I believe January, February, and June slightly, where 2025 was lower. Some of that in January and February would have been the 2025 run-out claims when we were on a different contract, and the benefit design had not kicked in at that point, the redesign that you did. But I wanted to clearly illustrate the entire health plan, from the claims to the rebates, the reimbursements that we receive for any individual that goes over that stop loss level, that we have that protection for the district. And then again, including fixed costs, to include the HSA seed money, because that was a cost. But at the end of the day, after you take into consideration the employee contributions, you can see on that last column, the employer cost or the district cost. That is where we are coming in 2025. From this time period, January through June, we're at about $21.5 million. Year to date in 2026, health plan year 2026, $13 million. So the moral of the story is all the great work that was done. And I know it wasn't easy decisions in 2026, but it's working and it's helping. We still are combating trend, and we're still, we were still talking about projected deficit into 2027, and, we made those additional changes. But again, we wanted to thank you, the trustees, for these outcomes that are achieved while you were, and I know it's difficult, you're trying to balance the health plan budget, but always keeping the best interests of not only the employees, but the district, in the forefront. And so really when we were looking at those redesign initiatives, they're paying off. So great job. We've been able to save $8.5 million over this time last year. Again, we're only 6 months in, so we're going to continue to do that, and I'll be here to update. And then, at the last meeting, you took steps to further eliminate that projected $5.1 million deficit that we think will happen in 2027. But again, thank you for your support and partnership. Without you, it would not be possible.
Any questions? Mr. Hagerty?
Thank you for the presentation. So we're saving $8.5 million, but the employees are still paying about $516 more a year. And my question is, why would partnering with local clinics and healthcare facilities not already be at the forefront? Why is it just now being considered as a means to help keep this fund solvent and not already in the works to save the district and employees money?
Sure, great question. So partnering with local clinics or, some of these facilities are newer to the market, and really, it wasn't really a cost-saving strategy until some of these freestanding ERs entered. I know they've always been around, but since the change in the legislative law that allows them to now reject the payment and go to arbitration and now receive 300 to 500 times of the original bill, that's where it's really becoming a strategy that we potentially need to look at to keep our employees out of the freestanding ER, give them an alternative. And so there's several different flavors of that. And so it's something that just now is really something that we need to consider or look into. It wasn't always something that was cost advantageous at this time last year.
I guess I don't understand what freestanding ERs have to do with making partnerships with local clinics.
It doesn't. What I'm saying is right now with all of this spend, the uncontrollable spend, because remember, when your employees are going to these freestanding emergency rooms, they're not collecting the copays. And so what has happened is employees are saying, oh, I can go here for free, but not understanding that the district is now taking on the onus of that claim. And so now if we can partner with a facility, there are some that are coming to the market called Next Level or Frontier that are actually building facilities. But if there's a partnership here with, I believe UMC, is something that can now become, they're now coming to the table with, we can staff accordingly to take some of this pressure. So they weren't always staffed appropriately, and they weren't armed to be more like an urgent care facility. Go ahead.
Good evening, President Bustillos, Dr. De La Torre, members of the Board of Trustees. Just to elaborate on Ms. Haskett's presentation, risk management is in open discussion with several options for a near-site clinic. The big idea would be that YISD would pay a per member per month fee, and that would be paid, where our employees would be given a priority status and can be seen at these clinics for mainly primary and preventive care. And from a financial point of view, we would see a decrease in medical claims due to increasing access, ready access to preventive care and primary care. But again, as Ms. Haskett did mention, we are in discussions with UMC, and we're also looking at 2 other local options.
Have you also considered looking outside the box? I don't know if it's cost effective or not, but since we do have room in some of our facilities, I know we used to have a clinic here at central office. Is that something that we can offer? Say, hey, we can give you space, you provide the people, and we'll provide employees to come see you, but you're going to give us a discount.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Haggerty, exactly. There is another option that some of these providers have brought to the table. One is a near-site clinic, and then one is if YISD would consider providing space, as you alluded to, whether here at our central office or at one of our properties here within our school district, where we can provide like that near-site clinic for our employees. But yes, sir, that is under consideration. I personally am having the meetings with the local site clinics. So hopefully we'll have something to bring to the board in the coming months. But it is in progress, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No? Oh. Mr. Hernandez?
Good evening. Thank you for being here and for the presentation. I think the most important number that we should be looking at is annual total net cost. And so I'm a little confused on the math because in 2025, that number was 39.4 million. And at the last meeting that you were here 2 months ago, the projection for 2026 was 38.6 34.7 million was the latest projection. And by the way, the very first time you came here, your original projection for 2026 was 33.6 million. But you're off by about 5.1 million with that projection because the total cost was more than anticipated and the employee contribution was less than anticipated. My first question is, how do we get to an $8.5 million savings when in 2025 it was 38.7 million? And we did, it was 39.4 million, and now we're projecting 38.7 million. That looks like only a savings of 0.7 million.
Can I ask which slide you're referencing when you're referencing those dollars, or is that a previous?
The very first time you were here, you said that the total cost for 2025 was 39.4 million. And now we're looking at the total cost being 38.7 million. So where do you get $8.5 million in savings?
So the 8.5 is what has actually happened. The projections are what we were projecting. Then every month, if you have added claims to that, we did a reprojection, which brought those totals up. The 8.5 is what has actually happened. The projections.
Compared to what? What are you subtracting from 38.7 million to get 8.5 million?
Yes, sir, Mr. Hernandez. So the way I've internalized it and understand it is if we look at this slide and we look at what we're doing is doing a simple comparison of January through June in plan year 25 to plan year 26. And I promise I will get to the heart of your question. And what they did is they did month by month and they looked at the total of medical and pharmacy claims comparing January of 25 to January of 26. And they did a month by month comparison all the way to June of 26. So what Gallagher is presenting and is stating is that if you look at that side-by-side comparison, the total cost to YISD, if you would add up the medical claims and the pharmacy claims, that's what totals, sir, the 8.5 million. So that's why on the slide, sir, that in 2025, the cost to the district was 21.5 million, and then in 2026, it was 13 million. And again, please note that when I say cost, we're only looking at the window from January 1 of 2025 all the way through June 30th of 2025 compared to January 1 of 2026 to June 30th of 2026.
It just seems to me that these numbers are carefully cherry-picked so that you can come up with a statement that says $8.5 million. We are in agreement, unless somebody wants to tell me no and explain it, that the most important number that we should be looking at is total annual net cost. That's all that really matters. And what actually happened in 2025 was 39.4 million. And what we're actually doing this year is 38.7 million. So you can spin it however you want, but the savings, the actual dollar amount that is being saved in this year by your projection is less than $1 million. And in your original presentation, you said if we approved your plan, we'd be saving about $5 million. I want to be very clear. Your plan has saved us less than $1 million. And thank you, we've done better. But I think it's also important that we're very, very accurate with the numbers, and we're talking about the numbers that actually matter, the number that actually affects our general budget. I'm sure you're aware of our financial situation. Maybe under normal circumstances, being off by $5 million is no big deal. But we're in a situation right now where being off by that much can deplete the rest of our unassigned fund balance. That's my concern. And it's very worrisome when I see projections knowing that they could be off as much as 5 million or possibly more in the wrong direction.
No, yes, sir. And please note that it was risk management that did request Gallagher to do a side-by-side comparison, and this is what we were doing. We were trying to gauge the effectiveness of the plan design changes that we implemented 12 months ago, and really just looking month to month, are the medical claims and the pharmacy claims decreasing? And that's what we're projecting. Now, there, as you alluded to, with our financial situation and our deficit, the part that risk management deals with directly is our health fund balance. So at the beginning of this year, this fiscal year 25-26, our beginning balance in the health fund was 1.9 million. And then we did have 6 months of the old plan. Under the old plan structure, we had 4 health plans. Again, premiums had not changed for employees for about 11 years. And we did do changes. And we did a very comprehensive rollout plan. But because of those changes, now that we've closed out the fiscal year 25-26, in the health fund alone, and this is all inclusive of all expenditures and revenues, including rebates from pharmacy, I just want to be clear, we now generated a modest surplus of 1.1 million in the health fund, which has an ending balance for the health fund, again, for this fiscal year, of 3.1. And I'm not trying to argue that that completely covers like a very large deficit, not at all. But what we were trying to gauge is how effective the changes are and are they working. Now, again, this is all inclusive. This is accounting for all expenditures, all revenues, including rebates. But that's where we stand from a fiscal point of view. And I understand, particularly when I stepped into risk management coming from Bel Air High School, trying to wrap my head around the difference between looking at numbers from a fiscal year point of view to a plan year or a calendar year, it can get a bit confusing. And the presentation's not meant to do that. Really, it was just meant to show that we implemented these changes and that we are seeing like a decrease in medical and pharmacy claims when we go month to month. But even if we do take a fiscal year lens, the health fund, again, started last fiscal year on July 1 of 2025 at 1.9 million. We implemented quite a bit of changes on the premium side, also on the plan structure, which generated a modest surplus of 1.1. And we're ending like our health fund balance at 3.1 million.
I also wanted to clarify the definition of member and subscriber. Is a member any employee of YISD, and is a subscriber somebody that's enrolled into the health program?
Opposite, actually. The subscriber is the employee, and the member is essentially the belly button count on the plan.
I guess what I'm trying to find out is, out of our total number of employees at YISD, how many of those are enrolled, and what was it in 2025 and what was it in 2026? I want to know, are more people enrolling or less people enrolling? And maybe we should do per capita, since I know the number of employees has changed.
So I have a little bit of an older report, but through April, you were covering 3837 employees and 5,754 members.
I am so sorry. Can you do that?
No,
one
that's
more
okay.
time?
Through April, it was 3,837 employees and 5,754 members. And that member count takes in the subscriber plus their covered dependents.
How can we have more people? I'm sure I'm not asking the question right, as I realized in my last meeting. But if somebody knows what I'm trying to ask, obviously there has to be, the number of people enrolled into the health program has to be less than the number of employees we have, right?
Oh,
How is that possible?
You want to know how many employees versus
Yeah,
people
anyone
enrolled
that's
in the
a
plan?
YISD employee,
Oh, good. How many? I don't have the employee count total.
the number of
These are-
people
these are
enrolled in the health program has to be less.
Right,
There's-
but that's using subscribers.
No, no, no.
you
He's
can have
asking
people
how
enroll-
many,
Oh,
how many
because of family
employees?
members? Would that be why? Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Okay. Then,
Families, yeah.
okay. Yeah, that's, my brain is spinning wheels right now. I'll have to internalize that. But thank you for explaining, because I wasn't sure what that meant.
Sure.
But now I get it. Thank you.
course.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Vera, did you, everybody good? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Public hearing. Per TEC 44.004, the board policy CE legal, the Board of Trustees must hold a public hearing to discuss and set the district tax rate on an annual basis. The notice of the public hearing to discuss the 2026-2027 tax rate was previously published in the El Paso Times. The Board of Trustees appreciates your attendance and welcomes your input during the public hearing. Please observe the following rules. Individuals wishing to speak are limited to 3 minutes. After the presentation, we will take a public comment on the district's tax rate. Dr. De La Torre, do we have a presentation on the district tax rate? Yes, President Bustillos, of course. Our financial operational officer, Lindley Cambrin, will lead us in the district tax rate presentation.
Well
I got to
done,
stay
sir.
on script.
Good evening, President Bustillos, members of the board, and Dr. De La Torre. Yes, this evening I do have a tax rate presentation to accompany our public hearing. And as you can imagine, when you start preparing tax rate, it's always complex. When you prepare tax rate and you're looking at a VADR, it becomes a monumental task. So if you'll bear with me, I'm going to go through the entire presentation. I'll take any questions you have at the end, but I think I'll answer many of your questions and give you some critical information to use with your constituents and the public as you begin talking about what the tax rate means. So before we delve into tax rate, I want to remind you of facts concerning the homestead exemptions. So you can see on row 1, the local optional homestead exemption, I often call it the LOHE, was effective in 1994. This LOHE, or optional exemption, grants the taxpayer from their assessed value a 20% reduction. We are the only taxing entity in the El Paso region to offer this particular exemption, and it is a true benefit to our taxpayers, especially those who own homesteads within the district. After that comes the state homestead exemption, and you may recall that in 2021 that exemption was $25,000. They have raised it every year from 25 to 40, then to 100, and now for the last 2 years it's been 140,000. The next 3 rows talk about the number of accounts within the Isleta taxing boundaries. In 2021, there were 67,414 accounts. Of those, 37,613, or about 56%, received the homestead exemption. Within the accounts, you're talking about homestead, homeowners. You're talking about commercial and industrial properties, and maybe even rental real estate. But we're looking specifically at anyone who gets a homestead exemption. Fast forward to 2026, and you can see that the number of accounts in the Isleta district has risen to 69,402. Of those, 39,558, or 57%, receive the homestead exemption. That means not only do they get our LOHE, but they get the state $140,000. Now, if we isolate that 39,000, and we're only going to talk about 2026, of those 39,558 who get a homestead exemption, 12,729 actually pay tax to us. 12,000 of the nearly 40,000 are the only ones paying tax. Under that, on the homestead accounts not paying tax, you can see that 26,829 of the 39,000 accounts pay 0 tax to the Isleta district. That means nearly 68% of your taxpayers have 0 tax remitted to us each year. That number is really important when you think about a VADR or an increase in tax rate. Those people will never be impacted. 68% of our accounts will never see an increase in the tax rate because they don't pay tax today. I also want you to remind you of the historical tax rate trend. You can see that in 2021, Our tax rate, if you look over on the far right, you can see it graphically on the left, but on the far right in the total column, you can see that in 2021, our total tax rate was 1.527. That was at the peak of the issuance of our bond program debt. So we had a 2015 bond program, a 2019 bond program, and in 2021, we were issuing the last tranche. That's the highest level of taxes we've ever charged. That has dropped now to a proposed rate for this year of 1.1954. The total rate has declined from 2021 to 2026 by 33 cents per $100 of valuation. Pretty significant decline. So with regard to our proposed rate for this year, as you know, we have a maintenance and operations rate and an interest and sinking fund or debt service rate. Those two go together to make the total rate. We have almost zero control over the M&O rate. The state sets a maximum compressed rate, or MCR, and they tell us what we can charge. We can't go over that without an election, which we're talking about in the future, or talking about having in November, and which is actually included in the rate we're proposing. So the 1.19454 that you see for 2026 already includes the impact of a Vader. And yet, the total tax rate for 2026 is less than the 2025 total rate of 1.2005. So you can see from 2024, compared to the prior year, we lowered the rate almost 5 cents. Going into 2025, we lowered it another 3 cents. And going into a Vader, we're still lowering the overall tax rate by about half a penny. Each year we, as you know, pay back bond and principal interest, or principal and interest on our bonds. The debt service requirement for 2024 was $49.9 million. It's roughly stable, but all the way through this year at $49.6 million. Our total bonded indebtedness, though, has decreased year over year by about $13.5 million. So you can see that in 2024, our total outstanding debt was $845.9 million, as compared to $818.9 million today. We always like to talk about this, the holding a constant home value and comparing ourselves to the districts, because you know you hear about this constantly, that you have the highest tax rate. Well, that's true, we do, but we have the lowest tax burden. So I'm going to focus on the 2026 block. I'm not going to go through 24 and 25. They're there for comparison if you want to see them. But we're going to look at El Paso ISD's tax rate and a home value, as well as Socorro's, and then compare it to Isleta's. We are holding that home value constant because it makes an apples-to-apples comparison much easier. If we have a home value of $215,000, right off the top, YISD allows you to deduct the 20% low heat. So we reduce our value immediately by $43,000. EPISD and Socorro don't have that low heat, so their adjusted home value remains the same at $215,000 compared to ours at $172,000. Then you apply the state homestead exemption of $140,000, which is the same for all of us. Now the EPISD and SISD have taxable values of $75,000 compared to our taxable value of $32,000. Applying tax rates, EPISD right now is at $7.45, Socorro is at 1.05, and we're proposing a rate of 1.1954. Obviously, ours is the highest, but look at the very next row. YISD homestead owners will pay $383 in tax with the Vader compared to Socorro's $788 and EPISD's $806. Now, I held the home value constant at $215,000, but we know that's not the real value in our peer districts. The average dwelling value is on the very last row. You can see that in EPISD, their average home is worth $280,000, but I used $215,000 for this comparison. So that $806 is low. They actually pay more than $806. The same for Socorro. Their average home value is $253,794. They actually pay more than $788. But YISD's average home value is $211,000. We pay less than $383. As I mentioned a moment ago, our total tax rate that we're proposing is less than last year. 2025 was 1.2005. 2026 proposed tax rate with the Vader is 1.1954, a reduction of 0.0051 or 0.42% lower than last year. I want to remind you, because we're going to talk about an elephant in the room in a moment, the state requires specific wording, and we are required to put that in the ballot. We're required to put it in the order that you're going to see tonight, and I have no choice about it. But when you look at the total rates, you can see that obviously this rate that we're proposing is still less than last year's rate. The rate is, again, comprised of two components: maintenance and operations, which we have almost no control over, and the interest and sinking fund, which we have a lot of control over as long as we continue to service our debt appropriately. So you can see that in 2025, the M&O rate was 0.7705. The proposed M&O rate this year is 0.7954, about 2.5 pennies more per $100 of valuation. But look at the interest and sinking fund rate. It's going from a 2025 value of 43 cents per hundred to 2026, 40 cents. So we're lowering the INS, or debt service rate, by 3 pennies. Again, that nets out to that reduction in the total rate of 0.0051. So really what we're doing is managing the total tax rate by reducing the debt service from 43 to 40 cents. The VADER will ask voters to basically approve additional operating capacity while the total proposed rate remains lower than last year. So I was asked to put this in simpler terms and maybe talk about a household and how you might see this in your own home. A mortgage payment can go down if you refinance your home for a lower rate, right? We're going to talk about something very similar in a moment when we talk about refunding some debt. It's basically refinancing existing debt, but we're going to do it at a better rate, so our overall payment is coming down and we're generating savings. If you did that at home, you generate savings when you refinance your home, and you can redirect that savings then to pay for fuel, to pay for your household expenses, groceries, and all of those things that currently are rising because of inflation. But the total monthly payment doesn't go up. Now, if you equate that to what we're doing in the district, the debt service rate is going down from 43 cents to 40 cents, generating savings, which we're then going to use to offset operating expenses that are going up by about 2.5 cents. The proposed total tax rate remains below last year's, but we're asking the voters to approve more for operations, because when they do that, the state gives us more. And the state intends to give us about $5.6 million for that 2.5 cent increase on the operational rate. So here's the elephant in the room. The order says that we're imposing a 7.07% increase. And the statutory wording is the tax rate will effectively be raised by 7.07% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations. There's that key word again. They're not talking about debt service or interest and sinking fund. They're only talking about maintenance and operations, or M&O. On a $100,000 home, that will raise taxes by approximately $24.90 per year. So the way they calculate the M&O effect of 7.07 is on the left. What it really means is that it's a comparison we're required to make by statute. It's not a 7.07% increase in the total tax rate. The proposed rate is 1.1954. That's down from last year's 1.2005. The total rate is lower. With that, I will be happy to take questions.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Ms. Cambridge, for this presentation. One thing stood out to me. Are you saying if you own a home in the YSD area, there's a 68% chance that you don't pay any taxes?
I'm saying 68% of the accounts with homestead exemptions don't pay any taxes at all to the district.
And that includes, if the VADER should be approved this November, that fact remains the same for those 68%?
I can't say that. These are current numbers on current accounts today. If the VADER is so the VADER's in the rate, but I can't tell what the VADER does to each individual account. For the well, let me say this: those 68% will never pay tax, no matter what happens with the VADER. Now, will that go up, or will it go? It won't go down. It might go up. There could be more taxpayers, and it has nothing to do with the rate. But if I turn 65 this year,
the current people that are in that 68%
will never be impacted.
Okay, I got to get better at asking my questions.
When I can listen better.
But yes, thank you. Okay, so for 68% of homeowners that pay taxes in YISD, if the VADER passes, they will be unaffected.
unaffected.
I think that's a statement worth repeating. I remember last year, part of our discussion was the state of Texas limiting what we as a district or any ISD can do with their tax rate and compared to other taxing entities, we are much more restricted. Is that still true?
That's correct. So as I mentioned, the M&O rate, we have almost zero control over. To make a meaningful impact on the M&O rate, I have to go to the voters. On the interest and sinking fund debt service rate, as long as we service our debt, we have more discretion with where we set that rate. But on the M&O side, the state sets it, and you're bound to it.
The adopted budget, did that anticipate Vader being passed?
It did not.
And the tax rate being proposed, is that 100% reflective of the adopted budget? Or would that mean additional revenue or additional deficit with the tax rate that's being proposed today compared to the adopted budget?
So if the Vader goes forward and we adopt this proposed rate and the voters approve it, it means $5.6 million in additional revenue to the budget.
5.6 in additional revenue than what was projected in the adopted budget.
Right, so we had a deficit of 12.2. If the Vader passes, that deficit would drop automatically to 7, or a little less than 7, actually.
I know there's required language for the ballot.
Yes.
Does that mean that has to be the exact language, or is that a minimum of what the language can be and we can add to it?
So the order for the Vader is actually item number 2 on the action agenda, and that language, the prescriptive language is there. Ms. Monica or Mr. Braden have the actual order. If you don't see it in your backup, we will pass it out to you. But it actually reflects, you'll love this, the language says I have to describe it as an increase by percent and by dollar. The dollar amount is a negative $962,000 because I'm going to get less in revenue from my own property tax owners and more from the state. So the order for the Vader actually says it's a 1.72% decrease, and we're losing $960,000 from local property taxes that we're going to get more of from the state. It is the most convoluted order. I tried to change it, and I was told, you're not allowed to do that, that's statute.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Hagerty?
I had a quick question. Could we get copies of this presentation and also the health benefits presentation?
Of course.
Anybody else? No. Ms. Cameron, thank you so much.
One more question. Just want to clarify, 68% do not pay taxes in YISD?
68%.
If you have a homestead.
Yes, homestead.
I think that's a fact that should
But
get out more.
57% of our accounts are homesteads.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Yes, Mr. Rivera?
Ma'am, and that 68% also keeps increasing every year because you have the people.
Sure, because I'm going to turn 65. If I lived in your boundaries,
That's right.
I would be getting my homestead exemption too and getting it frozen, yes.
Exactly, and I don't know if your numbers include also veterans that are 100% disabled that don't pay.
That's right. Veterans, disabilities, there are surviving spouses. There are many who qualify under that. So yes, sir, it
Exactly.
can absolutely grow.
You-
And if the state continues its march towards no property tax, well,
Right.
yeah, then it might be 100%.
All right.
The over 65 exemption is different than the homestead exemption. Any homeowner in Isleta that lives in the house that they own can claim a homestead exemption.
That's correct.
That's-
They are different, but there are a variety of exemptions that go in here. But of people who own homes and have a homestead exemption, they may have other existing exemptions with it, but 68% of homestead owners in the Isleta boundaries pay zero taxes to us. And they can't be affected by a Vader because they already are frozen at nothing.
So what you're saying is
Do you remember the
57%
freeze
of-
loss calculation and how all of those exemptions added up, and now all of a sudden, they were getting the benefit of the greater homestead exemption, and they couldn't go up in taxes? They were frozen, they could drop all the way to zero. Well, that's what's happened to us.
The statement you made that 68.82% don't pay taxes ever and won't, that's the senior citizens. Because their
Not
tax rates are
necessarily,
frozen.
because we have homestead owners. If you think about that median home value at 211,
215.
that has a $32,000 taxable value. So everybody with a home under 200 or about 180, they don't pay any taxes because their
Right.
exemptions wipe it out. The homestead exemption wipes it out,
So it
not
doesn't
even
mean that they'll
considering
never pay
disability.
taxes, because if my home, when I bought it, it was valued at 100,000, and it keeps going up every year. So in 20 years, it will be 240,000. And I'm still on the hook for that 25,000?
Yes. So if you are paying tax today and you don't qualify for one of the many exemptions, or your house is not, taxable value is not reduced to zero, then you're going to experience a tax impact. And it said a moment ago that it was $24.90 per $100,000 of valuation. So $25 a year more for every $100,000 of taxable value that your house has. So you have to take the total value, then you take out the LOHI, then you take out the state, and whatever value's left, you will pay tax on that.
But that $24, I thought, was only on the M&O side. We're saving on the INS side, so there isn't a $24.
Yes, I was trying to find that slide, sorry. There it is, right there. So this is the language that's in the tax order, $24.90 per $100,000 of home
The
value.
M&O side's going up $24, $25. But that
Yes, that's
INS
right.
is
That's
going
only
down
on the M&O side. But the
$25.
INS side came down 3 cents. So the INS side came down more than the M&O side went up by .0051.
Thank you.
There. And you can see
Thank
the
you, Ms. Wright.
$24.90 on the M&O side.
Yes. Mr. Chua?
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to thank you for that, because I want to tell you.
I just want to clarify one thing. Every property owner that is homestead in Isleta gets that 20%.
Yes, sir.
That's not
It's-
determined by age or any other of
No,
the
sir. That is
exemptions.
applicable to everyone who has a home that is their homestead. So if
Right.
they've gone through the process of filing the paperwork and claiming it as their primary residence, their homestead, they are entitled to the LOHI.
And that is the difference between the other districts.
Yes, sir.
That we, across the board, just 20% is taken off their property value because they live in Isleta and it's homestead.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Just one more thing. That applies to everybody throughout the city of El Paso, county of El Paso?
No, only YISD taxpayers get the
No,
LOHI.
but I'm talking about them getting the homestead.
Yes, sir. If
Okay,
it's your homestead, you get
Right.
whatever exemptions are available. I
But
think
we're
the
only-
city has a $5,000 exemption for
And I
homestead.
understand that. But we were talking about Isleta, and so you were talking about Isleta, and they get those deductions as well, just like everybody else throughout the city here. All right? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did it make sense?
Ms. Woodruff? Yes.
So this is kind of more of a comment than anything. When I speak to my neighborhood associations and stuff like that, people are sometimes confused because they're like, yeah, but my taxes went up. And I tell them, yeah, but you have to remind them to look at the school taxes. You know, the 140, all of the other things that the exemptions come only off of your school taxes. So Isleta, you may be paying nothing, but then you may be paying who
You
knows
have the
what.
city, the county,
Right,
UMC,
right.
EPCC, all of those go together.
Exactly, and so I think it's really important that Isleta make sure that our taxpayers understand that concept, because they just look at the total tax bill and go, yeah, but my taxes are going up. And what they need to understand is that's not coming from
Isleta.
Isleta.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Charlie, just one more.
Thank you, Ms. Woodruff. Yes, Mr.
Would you go back to the slides that show the homestead exemptions?
This one?
Right there, yes. At the
Yes, sir.
top, on the right-hand side, you have YSD. Right below that, 215,000. Then you have that 43,000. When was that homestead exemption put into the Isleta district?
So that's, it took us a long time to track this down, actually. It was hard to find. And I put it on this slide because I wanted it for everyone to remember. The LOHI was adopted by the voters in the fall of 1993, and it went into effect in 1994 and has been in effect every year since.
Okay, go back to the next
Yes,
slide.
sir.
Yes, so that 43,000 is only in the Isleta Independent School District, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. I think we're good.
All right.
Yes,
thank
Ms.
you.
Cameron, thank you. Secretary Woodruff, is there anyone who has signed up to speak in the taxing rate?
There is not.
Thank you. We'll now close the public hearing. And approve the order settings or the tax rate for fiscal year 2026, 2027. Is there any discussion? No further discussion. May I have an electronic motion? I have a motion by Trustee Ochoa.
I move to approve that the 2026-27 property tax rate be increased by adoption of a tax rate as set forth in the attached order and including separate components of the maintenance and operations of 0.7954 and debt service of 0.40 for a total of 1.1954 per $100 of valuation, which is effectively a 0.48% increase over the no new revenue tax rate.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. I have a second by Ms. Woodruff. Please cast your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. 7 in favor, none opposed. Thank you. Agenda review. We will now discuss and review the August 12, 2026 agenda item and motions with the superintendent and executive cabinet. This session allows the board to ask questions and gather information before the board moves to a formal deliberation and action during the regular board meeting. Consent. Board of Trustees, for the record, please stop me if you guys have any questions or wish to pull any items separately for consideration. Number 1, Board of Trustees Workshop, regular board meeting of June 17, 2026 at 6 p.m. Number 2, Board of Trustees special meeting, July 22nd, 2026 at 6 p.m. Number 3, monthly financial statements for May and June 2026, including quarterly investments report. Number 4, developments minutes review application to TEA. Number 5, authorize the use of investment broker.
Mr. President, I have a question on item 5.
Trustee Hernandez, sorry.
It's routine for the district to be using investment brokers, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are there any brokers here that we are not currently using that are listed?
Yes, sir. 1, Deep Blue Texas FIT. We don't currently use them. We want to. They are offering a rate of 3.9% compared to about 3.6 to 3.85 or so a little bit higher rate, and we want to add them for diversification.
Is the purpose of using investment brokers to generate revenue?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Trustee Hernandez. Moving on. Number 6, approval YSD contract 20260219 with El Paso Community College District. Policy items. DGBA local, personal management, relations, employee complaints and grievances. Action item. 1, donation to Eastwood Heights Elementary School. Number 2, order approving the insurance of refunding bonds for savings. Number 3, order calling a special election to ratify a Vader approval tax rate. Number 4, resolution approving insurance of maintenance tax notes to make needed repairs to existing district facilities. Number 5, ratification of YSD contract 20270006 with Region 19 Head Start. Number 6, YSD contract 20270023 interlocking agreement with El Paso County Juvenile Board for continuing operating of the JJAEP program at the Academy and possible mid-year termination therefore. On to closed session. 1, summative evaluation of the district's internal auditor. Number 2, presentation of 2023-2026 Safety and Security Audit Survey results. Action item after closed session, summative evaluation of the district's internal auditor. Number 2, 2023-2026 Safety and Security Audit Survey results. On to level 3 grievance, presentation of level 3 parent grievance of AG. Level 3 action after closed session. Consider and take possible action on the level 3 parent grievance of AG. On to consent. The order of agenda has been approved. May I have an electronic motion on the consent agenda items listed on this agenda as recommended by administration?
Mr. President, I move to approve the consent agenda items listed on this agenda as recommended by the administration.
I have a motion by Ms. Woodruff, a second by Mr. Dwyer. Please cast all your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. Results are in. 7 in favor, none opposed. Policy items. DGBA local, personal management, relations, employees, complaints, grievances. May I have an electronic motion?
I have a comment first.
Trustee Hagerty.
In May, this board did not offer a suggestion. We adopted a resolution. We stated the principles, we enumerated the covered proceedings, and we directed a stakeholder committee to return with implementing language. What has come back is not implementation, it is excision performed with a straight face. Let me be precise about the elisions, because precision is the courtesy this document was not given. Our resolution covered 6 categories of proceedings. This draft covers 1. And it affirmatively carves out the 3 that touch the ordinary working life of a teacher, evaluation, performance feedback, and counseling. Our language permitted a representative to accompany, advise, and speak. This draft forbids the representative from speaking. You're being asked to enact a right of representation in which the representative is prohibited from representing. That is not a narrowing, it is a nullity, wearing the vocabulary of reform. Then there is a provision that I care about most, which is the one that vanished without so much as an obiter dictum explaining why equal access to the evidence. Consider the asymmetry we are ratifying. The district investigates. The district holds the file. The district selects the witnesses. The district adjudicates. And under this draft, the employee sitting across the table sees nothing. Now consider that a person accused of a crime in the El Paso County courtroom is entitled to more. Brady versus Maryland compels the state to disclose favorable evidence. The Michael Morton Act, which the legislature passed because a man served 25 years while prosecutors sat on a file, makes Texas an open file state. The accused sees the file, not a summary of the file. The accused sees the file. So the operative comparison is this. Under the document before us, a teacher accused of misconduct at Isleta receives less disclosure than a defendant accused of a felon. We should be uncomfortable being the body that writes this sentence into policy. The urgent operational need provision renders that the rest of this is largely decorative. The district may proceed without the representative whenever the district decides the need is urgent and notify the representative afterward. A right contingent on the good faith of the party it constrains is not a right. It is an accommodation revocable at will, and we should not dignify it with the other word. This pattern matters more than this instance. This body adopts a direction. The direction is routed through a process. The process returns something materially unrecognizable in the attachment. Buried behind the agenda item, it purports made of a no.
Trustee Ochoa.
I move to approve the proposed amendment to policy DGBA regarding employee representation rights as recommended by the Stakeholders Policy Review Committee as presented.
I have a second by myself. Please cast all your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. Results are in. 7 in favor, none opposed. Thank you. Moving on to action items. Donation to Eastwood Heights Elementary School. May I have a motion?
Yes, I just wanted to, I felt like we've done this before, but maybe, I just wanted to thank Mr. Thomas Buck, owner of APCO Building Specialties, for generously donating 20 tack boards from the company's surplus inventory at a value of $8,800. Thank you, Mr. Thomas Buck.
You want to move?
Make the move.
Have a motion by Mr. Dwyer.
Mr. President, I move to accept the donation valued at $8,800 from APCO Building Specialists to Eastwood Heights Elementary School.
I have a second by Mr. Haggerty. Please cast all your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. 7 in favor, none opposed. On to action item number 2, order approval of the insurance refund bond for savings. May I have a motion? I have a motion by Trustee Ochoa.
I move to approve an order authorizing the issuance of Isleta Independent School District Unlimited Tax Refunding Bond Series 2026 in an amount not to exceed $159,725,000 to refund certain outstanding bonds of the district for debt service savings, levying a continuous direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of such bonds and resolving other matters incident and related hereto, including delegating certain matters relating to the sale and issuance of bonds to authorize district officials within specific parameters.
Thank you. I have a second by Trustee Woodruff. Please cast all electronic votes. Mr. Rivera? All votes have been cast. Thank you. We have 7 in favor and 0 opposed. Thank you. Action item number 3, order calling a special election to ratify a voter-approved tax rate. May I have a motion? I have a motion by Trustee Rivera.
Mr. President, I'd just like to make a quick comment.
Trustee Hernandez.
I'm voting in favor of this for several reasons, but I'm always of the philosophy, it's always a good thing when we put items in front of the voters for them to decide. Just like to remind any critics or any voters, any community members, the choice is in your hands, and we are giving you that option by putting this on the ballot. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Rivera.
I move to approve an order calling a special election be held. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I move to approve an order calling a special election to be held by the district regarding ratifying the voter approval tax rate, make provision for the conduct of a joint election, and resolving other matters incident and related to such election.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I have a second by Trustee Hernandez. Please cast your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. We have 7 in favor and none opposed. Action item number 4, resolution approve the insurance of maintenance and tax notes to make needed repairs to existing district facilities. May I have a motion?
Mr. President, I have some questions.
Trustee Hernandez.
The issuance of maintenance tax notes is essentially a loan that we're asking for?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
For the benefit of the public, can you please explain what will happen if we do not approve this item tonight?
Certainly. So we have already approved a reimbursement resolution allowing us to move forward with completing the turf, the tracks that are underway right now in the district. About $3.5 million of that is coming from this authorization. That's what the reimbursement resolution authorized. Additionally, we have other things that we are desperate for, and if we don't find a way to pay for them over time, they're going to hit the general fund with a negative impact the moment they occur. So we're looking at purchasing buses, making these necessary repairs, replacement of fields, tracks, bleachers, obviously the replacement buses, HVAC repairs and replacement, and we're stretching it over time. So we anticipate this will be a 10 to 15 year time frame to pay it back. But
I'm sorry, what was the time frame?
It depends on the life of the thing you're doing. So like a football field is 7-year life, but a bus is roughly 10 to 15 years, mostly 15 years is what we use. And so we're stretching it out over that time frame versus it hitting the general fund today. And if we don't authorize this, then there are repairs and improvements that are not going to get made, and you're going to have campuses that have no air conditioning, and I don't have any way to pay for it except to further increase the general fund deficit. Which?
Do we have a campus-to-campus breakdown?
Yes, sir. Yes, I know the HVAC systems, I know the roofs, I know the buildings that need repair, but our goal is not to replace or repair until it fails. And we have provisions in place, much like we used at Isleta High, where we have a portable air-cooled chiller that we're using to support that system until the complete repair can be made. And so things like that, we would anticipate Del Valle High School needs a replacement of a cooling tower. This building has replacement needs. There are other campuses that have similar needs, and what we would do is support those with temporary solutions while we make a permanent repair. So I have a list, but I am not going to schedule that repair immediately. I want to wait till failure, or until we have a break that's long enough and a lead time long enough to get equipment ordered and those repairs made.
Yeah, when it comes to things like, air conditioning, or in the winter heating, any leaky roofs or things like that, we have to do whatever we can to make sure that those students are in a comfortable learning environment.
Absolutely.
I'm also a big advocate of student athletics. But I think it's important to have a breakdown of the essential necessities and athletic enhancement. I'm voting yes for this. I can't see how I cannot, but I still think we need some more transparency, especially on a campus-to-campus list that's available for the public to see what schools need what. I'm sure parents especially really want to know. I imagine employees want to know. They know what's going on in their campus. It is another loan, which means we're going to be paying interest on this. What is the interest that we'll be paying on this?
So right now, they're estimating that we'll probably pay in the neighborhood of 4.5, somewhere in there. But we'll also be investing it. No, sorry, that's just interest 4.5%, somewhere in that neighborhood.
The interest is 4.5% off
Per
the
annum.
total 65 million?
Mhm. We anticipate over 10 years, we're talking about, if we issue the entire 65 million at once, then your total payment would probably be about 6 million per year for 10 years. If we go 15 years, the payment will come down slightly.
Are you anticipating using the 65?
I don't want to, but if you'll recall, in May, I did present a pretty comprehensive list of each system that needed an HVAC work, the bleachers that we needed, Eastwood Middle, Isleta Middle, Riverside Middle, the buses, 74 buses,
I know we need it, and I'm voting yes, but I need to know, how are we going to pay for it? What expenditures are we eliminating, or what revenues are we expecting that would allow us to pay this back over these years?
So, again, this is general fund money. It will burden the general fund. We have not included Vader revenue in the budget, and there's a good chance that it will pass given the structure of what we're doing. But we don't want to issue the entire 65 million because we don't want a $6 million payment per year. However, I would rather plan for the worst, have some flexibility in there so that we can borrow what we need immediately without necessarily issuing the entire 65 million. But yes, sir, it does come from the general fund. It will come from reducing other expenses, from the sale of vacant properties, from the Vader revenue, and from reduction of other costs.
Would you agree that the more campuses we have, the larger the strain is on these, having to have air conditioning in each building? I imagine the answer is yes, right? So what I'm getting at is, and it's been talked about, that very likely we may have to see a couple of campuses close, but if we're making repairs on those campuses, and then a year later we're closing the campus, I mean, we're still on the hook for that. Are we taking into consideration the campuses that are most likely for closure when it comes to spending the $65 million?
Yes, sir, I am.
This is also why I'm asking. I guess it's been made clear that you all don't have to provide it if you all don't want to. But I'm going to ask again if we can have a campus-to-campus layout of all the needs that are needed throughout the district.
Yes, sir.
At the very least, just so we're transparent. Obviously, we're approving this. You all are the decision makers. You all are the experts. You guys are the boots on the ground every day, and I totally respect that. I'm just asking for transparency, just for us to see it.
Yes, sir, and I do want to amend my comment by one. So we are always making the safety and security improvements that are required by the Texas School Safety Center, regardless of the utilization of a campus. We want to ensure their student safety. So all improvements that are related to safety and security are made regardless.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Haggerty?
I just had a quick question so I understand correctly. You said if we were to issue all 65 million at once, we would be looking at a $6 million a year payment over the life of 10 years?
That's correct.
Where's the other 5 million coming from, and isn't there interest on top of that?
Yes, so I said if it's over 10 years, then you're talking about 6 to 7 million per year for 10 years. But keep in mind, I may stretch it to 15 on some of those. So that's why I said 6 million over 10 to 15 years per year. But the flip side of that is 3 systems that we know are very close to failure today could cost that entire 6 million in 1 year to the general fund.
So it would be 25 million in interest?
Over the life of it, more than that.
Said 6 million, 15 years is 90 million.
It was 4.5-ish% per year.
90 minus 65 is 25?
I did an amortization schedule before. Let me see if I still have it handy.
So what is it per year? I think that's important.
Over $1 million?
1 million per year?
More than $1 million?
Sorry, we're having a little side conversation. I wanted to know, I'm sorry, could you say again the expected interest that we'd be paying back per year?
So I said around 4.5%. Mr. Haggerty's right. Total interest paid is around 24.5 million if it's over 15 years at 4.5%. For the total 65
divided by
million.
15 years?
24 million over 15 years. That's
Okay.
total interest. And you'll pay the bulk of the interest up front, right, as principal, just like a mortgage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Haggerty. We have a motion by Trustee Ochoa.
I move to approve a resolution authorizing the issuance of Isleta Independent School District Maintenance Tax Notes Series 2026 in a maximum aggregate principal amount not to exceed 65 million, providing for the payment of such notes and resolving other matters incident and related to the issuance, sale, and delivery of such notes, including delegating certain matters to authorized district officials within specific parameters.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. I second. Please cast your electronic votes. All votes are in. Results are 7 in favor, none opposed. Number 5, ratification of YSD contract 20270006 with Region 19 Head Start. May I have a motion? Have a motion by Ms. Woodruff.
Mr. President, I move to ratify YSD contract number 2027006, interlocal agreement with Region 19 Head Start to provide special education services to children with disabilities enrolled in the Head Start program who reside within the district and contingent upon final negotiations and in-house council review.
Thank you, Ms. Woodruff. I have a second by Mr. Rivera. Please cast all your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. Results are in, 7 in favor, none opposed. Action item number 6, YSD contract 20270023, interlocking agreement with El Paso Community Juvenile Board for continuing operation of the JJAEP program at the Academy and possibly mid-year termination therefore. May I have a motion?
Mr. President, I have a couple of questions on this item.
Trustee Trustee Hernandez? That's twice, sorry.
Just for clarification, this is involving the campus more commonly known as Cesar Chavez Academy. And to be clear, our agreement will forever terminate with them in January? Is that correct?
Good evening, Mr. Hernandez, Board President, Mr. Bustillos, and board members, and Dr. De La Torre. Yes, that is correct, Mr. Hernandez. So this is the routine interlocal agreement that comes to you once every year that we have with the county to operate JJAEP services for regional school districts. As you all are very much aware, due to the financial condition of the district, we have brought to you prior to this meeting approval to consolidate. And so the academy will no longer operate JJAEP services for regional districts, and we're looking at a January 1, 2027 date to cease operation. So we'll probably start wrapping up well before then.
Will this consolidation be with the Thrive Academy? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And what is the dollar amount that this is affecting us by?
I
Like
believe we built
savings?
into the budget savings of 2.1 million for this effort.
And that was already put into the budget?
Yes, sir, it
Okay,
is.
So this move is saving us $2.1 million.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, may I clarify? The entire
Yes, ma'am.
consolidation will save us, not just this, not this contract, but the consolidation.
Okay, so the entire action
Yes.
saves us $2.1 million. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. I have a motion. I move to approve the YSD contract 20270023 interlocking agreement with El Paso County Juvenile Board for continuing operation of the Juvenile Justice Alternative Education Program, JJAEP, at the Academy, and delegate to the superintendent or designee authors to effectual termination of the agreement mid-year with future authority to handle other related matters in incidentals therefore. I have a second by Trustee Woodruff. Please cast all your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. 7 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to closed session, the Board of Trustees has determined that the closed session meeting of the Board of Trustees is required to discuss the items set therefore in the posted agenda for this date. Such closed meeting is authorized by the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.001, including but not limited to the section and purpose covered by the following section of the Texas Government Code: 551.071, 72, 73, 74, 76, 82, 127, 821, 83, 84, 87, and 89. Should any final action, decision, or vote be required with regards to the matter considering the closed session, the final action, decision, or vote shall be in open meetings or subsequent public meeting with notice. The board will now go into closed session in the Rio Grande at 7:46.
President Bustillos, can we call a quick break, please? And
Yes.
then go into closed session?
Yes, yeah, if you, so we're going to, yeah, if you want to go ahead. Yes, yeah, go ahead. I'm glad you don't play basketball. Baseball. We reconvene in open session, reconvene this meeting of the Board of Trustees with Trustee Hernandez, Trustee Haggerty, Trustee Woodruff, Trustee Ochoa, Trustee Rivera, Trustee Dwyer, and myself at 8:49. Now we go on to action, the summative evaluation of the district internal auditor. May I have a motion? Have a motion by Trustee Rivera. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, sir. I move to approve the summative evaluation of the district's internal auditor as discussed in closed session.
Thank you. All votes have been cast. We have 7 in favor, none opposed. Thank you. Number 2, the 2023-2026 Safety Security Audit Survey results. May I have a motion? I have a motion by Trustee Dwyer.
I move to accept the results of the 2023-2026 Safety and Security Audit Survey as submitted to the Texas School Safety Center.
I have a second by Trustee Woodruff. Please cast all electronic votes. All votes have been cast, 7 in favor, none opposed. Okay. Now to our level 3 grievance. We will now enter into a level 3 closed session. Those in the audience who are not directly involved with this grievance must exit the room now. This is a closed hearing. So if we want to take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break while they clear the room, you guys are welcome. No? Let's go. All right. We're ready. Let's go ahead and clear the room and let's get going. Got you. There it is. There it is. Okay. I reconvene this meeting of the Board of Trustees in open session with Trustee Woodruff, Trustee Haggerty, Trustee Dwyer, Trustee Ochoa, Trustee Hernandez, Trustee Rivera, and myself at 11:14. On Wednesday, August 12th, 2026, the board may make a decision on the grievance appeal at this meeting or at the next regular scheduled board meeting. If the board does not make a decision regarding the complaint by the end of the next regular scheduled meeting, the lack of response by the board will have the effect of upholding the administrative decision at a level 2. Does any trustee, okay, Trustee Woodruff will make the motion.
Mr. President, I move that the board respond to the 8 items of requested relief as follows. Number 1 and number 8, set aside level 1 decision due to issues related to the participation of the hearing officer. Number 2 is denied. The level 1 decision shall be considered superseded by the level 2 decision. Level 3 is granted. Level 4, the board will expect compliance with the IEP. Number 5 and 6, the board will expect that the campus administration will finalize the comprehensive allergy plan and provide a copy to the parents within 30 calendar days, and that it will be implemented promptly and properly. Number 7 is granted with the understanding that the parents will cooperate and provide additional information as needed, and that the board encourages administration and the parents to work together in the best interest of the child.
Thank you, Ms. Woodruff. I have a second by Mr. Rivera. Please cast all your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. 7 in favor, none opposed. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that the meeting be adjourned at 11:16.
Thank you, everybody.
You thought. You know what, this is the thing. You can do it.